to get out. Okay, so we're just going next door.
Turn left.
Long journey.
Get ready to turn left. Turn left. This is where it ends. Drive safe. Turn left. Turn right.
The Essential Mix World Tour for 1999 kicks off in Sydney tonight from home with Paul Oakenfold.
Roundabout in the middle of a mountain.
Exit now.
Adverts.
Exit now.
As in break starting soon. Yes. Adverts. Adverts make the world go round, don't they? If it weren't for adverts, we would all be pickled, wouldn't we? Trying to overtake me.
Essential Mix on the road for 1999. Our World Tour kicks off this month from Sydney, Australia, at the new venue Home. Tonight with Paul Oakenfold.
Well, maybe this is true. Maybe we can live without all this goddamn noise.
A little go, media opportunity here. Take a coat out. So only take it. Can't take it from the other side. Why can I not take it from the other side? I'm going to take it from here. Picturesque view.
Cut my tongue out, I've been caught out like a giant juggernaut.
very unusual occurrence there. He made it through a set of lights. Good stuff, good stuff. Careful not to go too fast.
Get ready for turn left.
Big left-hand turn. Where are we? So we're just here. Yep, no, we'll drive. We'll drive from there. Guy in front of me, I think has decided to take a nap. Can't stay too long behind Captain Slow here. Lose myself too much time. And we've not got long to go before we have to take our first break journey. Be okay for fuel. another photo. How far back?
Two.
Another golden photo ticked off the list. Sure.
Go straight up.
Tunnels are magnificent.
Go straight up.
There's your chance. Now would be a good time to start thinking about finding a rest spot.
At the ramp. Take the second exit. Exit dash.
No, it might not. We'll never be able to find a rest spot when I need one. You don't need one. There are loads. There are hundreds of them. They're everywhere. always the case. And you need to have a little small break, a little rest, concentrate on the road. It takes ages before you find
Go straight on.
a rest stop. Luckily enough,
The Essential Mix on Radio 1 tonight, coming from Sydney, Australia, with Paul Oakenfold.
Turn right.
we have got one coming up just I could wimp out, couldn't I? I could wimp out and... How do I get into it?
Turn right.
Just to my left is a rest break. Hoping we have a left-hand turn. Nice.
Nice and
Get a little bit of 2-in-1. Take the opportunity as well to a little splash of motion lotion, and we are good to go. We are ready to rock for the next 10 hours.
turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn right. Get ready to turn right. Turn left.
Now we don't need us to have a stop or a fuel break. They'll come up as regular as possible. You'll be a game developer. Do it on purpose. They're all psycho game developers. Psycho.
Go
Sick,
straight up.
sick in the head.
Get ready to turn right. Turn right, and then continue straight on. Go straight on.
Like an overly tight turn to get in. go.
Reroute.
It cost me €1,000. Hi Zav, how you doing, mate?
Get ready. Turn right. Turn right.
Having a little lurk in your stream earlier on whilst you were zapping things. Far too much energy for me, that is. Is that how it is then?
Get ready to turn left. Turn left.
Currently doing a short job. We'll call this one a short job. Not much chance to get lost on this one. No, anything's possible. Going from somewhere in Norway, Rotterdam. Very small trip.
Go straight on. Go straight on.
Quite heavy the load I've got on today. I'm only managing. The top's about 70 miles an hour. The load of salmon we have, we've got lovely salmon aboard today.
Go straight on.
Must be quite busy. marvellous. Got out of the way perfectly. About 75 at the minute. On a normal day like previously, I would have mashed about 10 speeding tickets already. I've seen one today so far. Carries on like this, we'll be dealing with this part of the world a lot more often. There's slightly less chance of going wrong today and ended up back where I started like the other night. It was really funny. I'm at the other end of the scale. My last stream, I'd been awake all day and then decided I was going to play this for hours and hours and hours. Today we've had some good sleep. And we should be refreshed, but it takes me a long time. So if I woke up at like 7 AM, which would be like 2 hours ago, by now I would just be starting to feel human. From the ad, it says I've still got about 20 seconds left on it.
Radio 1's Essential Mix tonight in Sydney with Paul Oakenfold.
Go straight up.
Your ad breaks are over and your community is back. Never left. Yeah, the ads, they don't really... There you go, there's my first speeding ticket of the day. They're not really that beneficial unless you've got lots and lots of people in your channel. and then you can make a couple of dollars out of some ad revenue. But there's not a lot that Twitch does to help out the smaller streamers, those with anything less than 50. I could be here all day today, like literally all day, run ads constantly, non-stop, you know? And I'll end up with about, like 5 pence, 5 cents, like nothing. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really too worried about viewers. I mean, it's great. I'm going to be doing this anyway, so you know, might as well just press the button, innit? If the masses come, the masses come. If they don't come, they don't come. You know, I would get a lot more success if I was 20 years old, blonde and big boobies, you know what I mean? Like, they've got the market cornered. I'm rather too close to... Too close to the end of being 60 over. I need one of them bots that says, do you want to be famous? Yeah, like, sign up here and we'll give you 10,000 people. The virus. All the high-end games, the big games that get all the big people, I was like, I'm far too old to be playing those. Can't keep up with them. Everything in this day and age is a young man's game. Everything. To be a sports person, you need to be young and like reflexes. Yeah, like a ninja. And then what do you get when you get old? What can you play? Oh, yeah, like Truck Simulator or World of Warships. Yeah, you might have half a chance if your reflexes and eyesight's still pretty good in War Thunder. But the kids rule the roost. Don't write this up. It takes years. I know lots and lots of streamers. There was a few guys that started off at the same time as me. They've gone the opposite way. Their stream started off and they were pretty big, you know, 100 viewers or so. And now they've tapered right off. They're back down in the 20s again. But time don't stand still. Need to be on top of your game 24/7, 7 days a week. If not, people move on. going nice in 3 lanes. Should get a bit of speed up again. Dual boats. It's the first time I've seen a dual boat go like that. I've seen a big boat on the back of a truck, but never 2 little ones. Stay there. Like normal motorway driving. Straight from the fast lane, straight to the exit.
Keep right, and then turn right. Turn right.
Risky one. Is it a bit loud? It's actually like very, in terms of volume setting, it's actually very low, but it's coming out a bit loud. You never really get to gauge it. I should practice these things really. I should do some dummy streams, let it all go in, have a quick listen back and go, oh there we go, that's the perfect volume. Note it down on my little book of settings. I'm the world's worst for it. All of my setup that I've got, I've set it up the other day. I set up some scenes and stuff, and I've set it all up on the wrong computer, on the wrong OBS. I've set it all up on here, so I can't see it, can't utilise it, or nothing. It needs to be set up on this one, so I've got access to it. That one's the streaming machine. which is it's all a brand new setup for me. I did used to have just one machine did everything. But for gaming, it wasn't really an ideal situation for me, because I use a triple screen setup for gaming, and I can't play. I have to go back to a single screen. It's just like, you know, I've got so used to it after like years, literally like 15, 20 years of playing in triple screen mode. Playing any kind of game in a single screen, I feel like somebody put a patch over my eye. So I tried all sorts of things to get it like working, and then I stumbled across some stuff on the internet that said try this and do this. I've got 2 different ways to do it now. This way that I've got seems to be okay, seems to be working. Just needs a little bit of fine tuning. But I felt such a melon. I did it all. I prepared a couple of scenes, put the scenes on. I started running it all, and then I went to go and do a small stream, and then realised I put it all on the wrong OBS. After hours of doing it all and then feeling really proud of myself, I'd like suddenly sit there and face the facts and go, you plonker, you've done it the complete wrong way. So luckily enough, it won't take too long. I've just got to find out where I put my thumb drive and then just copy and paste it over. And then remember that this PC, this one over here, is the one that does all the fancy stuff, which can't really actually see the screen because it's just slightly out of my peripheral vision.
Keep right and then exit right. Exit right. Turn right.
But you know how it goes though, you know, they're all the same. Like I'll put it in, I'll turn the volume down one day, and then I'll get 10 people come and say, oh, can you turn it up a little bit? No, I can't. But I can, but I'm not going to.
Radio 1's Essential Mix tonight, the first leg of our world tour with Paul Oakenfold coming live from Sydney.
I've got to find some good royalty-free playlists as well. Four years ago, when I was playing World of Warships and I was doing the stream, I was putting all my favourite music on. Everybody was loving it, and then I'd go back to watch the stream. He comes right behind. I'd watch the stream back a couple of days later, and it was like most of it was gone. A very nice policeman, isn't it? probably didn't need to make that stop, but as it was there, get it done. You let it pull into the stop, police car just comes past me, I come out and stop, another police car comes past me. They do not like me. We will fine you. We'll take away all your money, all your earnings. Do not pass go. Pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me, pay me. Easy. No, that's fine. No, yeah, no problems. Yeah, don't have to clarify nothing. It's nice to actually get, you know, bits of feedback back from people. There are so many people that just, you know, they don't say nothing. You know, I don't know, whilst I'm streaming, I don't know what it's like at all. Like, you know, so it's like, just in my earphones that I've got, everything feels or sounds like it's about right. But because it sounds right in my ear holes, doesn't mean that it's being broadcast right. So, but it's partly my own fault. I should like do a test stream, do like 15 minutes testing before I start, before I press the big button. But he's like, yeah, it's like, thank you very much anyway for like any feedback. Any feedback is like better than no feedback. The ironic thing is, now this is like quite funny, the first time that I did this and the music was being played from this PC, it didn't travel across. And so the second stream I had to play the music from that PC and then it worked. But today it's working. I'll give up. I've done nothing, I've not changed nothing. Very dodgy speed camera here somewhere. Gets me every time. I'm like, we'll get through this camera one day and it will not get me. Just there. There it is.
Go straight on.
Not long to go with this journey now. 45 driving minutes for the game. Keep getting two sets of advert things crop up. I get an advert thing that says an advert coming in the bottom, and then one that comes up on the top, which is completely different.
Radio 1's Essential Mix. 120 minutes of continuous tunes, tonight coming from Sydney, Australia, with Paul Oakenfold.
Right, where are we going? We're going over here somewhere.
Turn right.
Really?
At the roundabout, take the first exit. Exit now. Keep left and then turn left. Turn left.
Were you okay? Were you? Oh, no. Yes.
Keep right and then exit right.
Because.
Exit right.
Going to be interesting. I'm just going to come around the top of this end of this accident.
Keep left.
Lambo, what a surprise. Up with the barrier.
right, and then exit right. Exit right. At the roundabout, take the first keep right. At the roundabout, take the first exit now.
Oh, shit. Can this car ever get out of my way?
Get ready to turn right. Turn right, and then turn left.
Finally, it's out of the way, and guess what?
Turn left.
Right here.
It was a nice ride. Let's do this. Time to hit the brake.
Oh, really itchy nose today. Really itchy.
Turn right. Turn left.
Guys? What? What's all the noise?
Ready to roll. Turn right. At the roundabout, take the second exit. Exit now. At the roundabout, take the first exit. Keep right.
See him there. Could have been nasty.
Keep right, and then exit right. Exit right.
Boy, Bruce, it's okay. Nice one, well played. welcome back to the masses. The adverts, eh? I love them.
Welcome to the Essential Mix with me, Pete Tom, where tonight we take you for our first visit out to the Mediterranean and to the Balearic region, of course. We're going to Ibiza, and we're going to catch up with Paul Oakenfold, who's resident on this programme this year, of course, as he takes his Essential Mix World Tour to home at space in Ibiza. This is Paul Oakenfold. Enjoy.
Hello. There he is. How you doing, fella?
I've been better.
Been better. What's up? Headaches?
Mate, I wish it was just headaches now to fully go to the hospital and everything, bro. So there's a good chance that the medication that I'm on, so when I first got prescribed this medication, the doctor said I should probably divulge a bit more, Rich. You haven't known too much about what happened when I was coming through the later stages of being younger.
Nothing
Obviously,
different to what I went through.
probably.
Okay, you've been through
So,
like exactly the same, like basically followed exactly the same pattern.
obviously you know that there was a long period of drugs, quite hard drugs, MDMA and pills mainly, and that was abusive, like for a long time. We're talking 7-day benders, so on and so forth. I then got with Hitler, one of my ex's, worst decision of my life, for 13 years. When she left, she disappeared on me. She just poof and disappeared. I tried committing suicide by taking a bunch of pills. Ended up in hospital. The hospital kept saying to me, "Oh, how much do you drink? How much do you drink? How much do you drink?" And I'm like, "I don't, I'm teetotal." And they're like, "You're a liar," right? Honestly, this is what the hospital was saying to me, innit? "You're a liar." Right? Now, after the 3 days of being in there, they pulled me into a side room before I left, like as I was being fucking checked out, and they were like, "Right, the reason we've been doubting the fact that you don't drink is because your liver functions at 30%. And I'm like, "Oh shit, okay." And then from there, I got prescribed a bunch of different meds, antipsychotics and antidepressants. The doctor said to me in 6 months, I want you to come back to get your get your bloods done to check your liver.
Can I have a little rough guess, out of which none of them tablets worked?
I don't know, because my situation changed massively. You know, in the time that I started taking them to like now, yeah, the circumstances around my life have changed a lot. You know, things have changed a lot. I feel happier, you know. But anyway, the doctor said to me that he wanted to keep an eye on my liver. I kind of went around what he said, because he was like, if you don't go and get this blood test, I'm going to stop signing your prescription because it's dangerous for your health. So I started getting my prescription off of the internet. And yes, like, so there's a strong chance that my liver's like on its last legs over here. And you know, I'm constantly, when I say I'm run down, I don't mean, oh, I'm tired. I mean, I could be awake, like you were saying to Ace the other day, for 3 hours. Sorry, for like a couple of minutes, do like whatever, and then need to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, and it's not normal. I'm a 32-year-old man. You know, I shouldn't be feeling that sort of fatigue.
No, but you know, so you know your own history,
Yeah.
and like you basically know what's going to have pickled you.
Yeah, I do. The fucking pills and MDMA, mate.
And it's unfortunately, like even now for me as well, like I went through the best period of my life when I was younger, and then I went through immediately after it, I went through the worst period.
Are you on ETS?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you on the server?
Just a regular game at the minute.
Oh, I'm gonna jump on MP. I'll jump on the big server.
So it's like I've got 39 hours left on this fucking job that I'm on.
Right.
It's a shame you can't. Can you save the game? Like,
Yeah, so if you stop what you're doing and save, and then come onto MP, it all brings over. Obviously, I just don't know whether I'm going to be able to accept that job now that you're not in. Do you know what I'm saying? You're not in the job. Yeah, I think you know what I'm saying.
yeah, it could be. Like I'm streaming to millions of people as well. Like, you know, there's a whole one person.
Oh yeah, no doubt.
Oh, one person. Well, I've had 5. The other day I had 30 in. Like, I had a few friends pop in,
Nice.
and so it was like quite busy. It weren't nothing spectacular, like, but I thought, well, do you know what? Like, fuck it. Like,
Do you ever host?
ever host?
Yeah. Do you like ever host other people through your channel?
No, we used to. They've stopped it now in Twitch.
Oh, I was gonna say, when I streamed the race over that weekend, would you host me?
It's well, if you got depends where you stream it to. Is like
I'm gonna be on Twitch. I'm gonna be on Twitch.
because I can stream your stream. I know it's not like the done thing to do sometimes, but it's like,
Yeah, nah, crack on. Like, you've got my permission, innit? Like, any help's help now.
can stream your stream. It's like as you know, there's not much chance. I've got like 200 odd people, but it's like I cracked my nut. Like, so about this time last year and the year before, about 2 years ago, like I was busting my nuts, like trying to help out other people and, you know, generally try and be a nice guy, like it. So it was
Yeah.
it's like half the people that like they don't really do, like, you turn around and say, well, what did you used to do? Like, they say, well, like a former like axe murderer, like, you know, it's like, and they run away. And then they go, what do you mean, like axe murderer? Well, I used to chop people up. What do you expect? And they go, like, seriously? And I went, yeah, seriously. Like, what do you mean you used to chop people up? Well, it's part of the job. Like, I've got to find a spot to take a rest break.
Well, I'm finishing that job that we started the other day. In our DAF. Blech.
Oh, in the DAF. Oh, no, it's like I had to. Like, I've still got it, but I had to retire it.
Yeah, no, I'm swapping back into my Volvo after this.
I've just bought a big Scania, which I'm in at the moment. But you never guess. Like, first thing I done was I got this big Scania. The first thing I done with it, drove out the yard. Boom, car hit me, 10% damage, like straight away.
Nice. Perfect.
It's like now I'm trying to find a spot to pull over to get me rest break, so it's like everything's all equilibrium when I like hop over onto the other platform. Can't find a rest spot. So I think I found your channel the other day on Twitch.
Variable state 1991.
Yeah, I think that's the one. So it's like I've doubled your follower count.
Nice one. Yeah, I think Lexi's my only follower. Well, was. You know, like as I said, I've only ever streamed, so I streamed a little bit on the Xbox. And then the other day, I done a half-hour test on Rising Storm 2. And from my end, right, even though I was only on a phone, the stream seemed alright.
Yeah, there's like massive amount of variables. I mean, look at me the other day, like when we first got going, I was streaming, or I've done a couple of little streams when we got going, and I've got that issue with Norton's, which I'm thinking, right, it's my internet, like, you know, or my graphics card dying. What's going on here? Like, why have I got like 10 frames a second? Oh yeah, it's like some random piece of shit fucking antivirus killing your fucking...
Literally out here just destroying frame rate. Oh, what the fuck?
You know, Norton antivirus for gamers. Yeah, that is. But you're having a laugh. Don't get that with a Vast. I am proper in the red here for like leafy poos. I've had it a couple of times. I know I'm getting tired. I don't have to keep reminding me every 2 seconds, like the dark patches on the screen that are appearing. Let me know. My bot has just banned someone. One message deleted by a moderator. Siri bot banned. Blah blah blah. Reason: spam detected. It's the first time I've ever seen my bot do anything like that.
This is gonna be one of the longest drives I've ever done on this at this speed.
I mean, this journey was quite long. The other day that I had, and so it was like I had 67 hours or whatever it was. I think it's the longest one I've had so far.
Yeah, no, this ain't time-wise long, it's speed-wise long, man. This fucking dash shit.
I know. Well, there's the odd occasion when you just like you can't be Sonic all the time, you know.
Yeah, but it's like where it ain't got that extendo fucking six wheel thing, yeah. Fucking it slides about bare with this heavy weight on the back of it.
Never mind. I'll find a new route.
So what are they gonna do? Like, oh, there's still no like down here. I'm trying to come off, find a spot for a resting spot, and it's like I can't. There's a truck dealer, there's a garage, but the garage hasn't got like a rest spot on it. When you're trying to do something properly. Right, so there we go. I've got a rest spot there. I'm going to go just here. Why does it not show me that on the map?
Okay, here we go.
That it is like literally just down the bottom of the road.
Take the second exit.
But it don't show me on the map. Yeah, so effectively what they've done, like it's like when your liver was like, if it's pickled, they should have put you on like a sort of like a type of dialysis sort of thing anyway, and you should have had like a proper thing, analysis by now, like to turn around and
Yeah,
go,
but
yeah.
I put it off. That's what I'm saying, and it's been me. The only reason I've gone and done it is because Lexi's fucking worried, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, well, everyone will be like, everyone will be worried.
yeah, just no one fucking knows.
You know, it's like fucking with mine. I like for me as well with it. I've like made an appointment. You know, the usual thing. It takes like 14 days before they go. Oh yeah, you can have to. You can talk to him over the phone. Like now. Yeah, I said, but if I talk to him over the phone, like I'm just going to end up getting in an argument, like with him. It won't be a civilised conversation. So it's like, well, fucking whatever. But it's near enough 14 days away,
Exit now.
and I have to go to
At the round.
like his place in he's appearing in Rickmansworth, so it's not the surgery down the road from me.
Exit now.
We'll have to go there to go and see him because it's the only place where he's like he's doing like one-to-one sessions. And it's like, okay, well, I'm coming, but it's like, so can you give me some answers where, you know, why, like, I'll get, like, today, I feel absolutely fine today.
Find a new route.
Nothing's problem. The only issue that I've got is, like, today's, like, my feet hurt today.
When possible.
Yeah, see, I get bare hot feet, bro. What's that about?
That's, again, so the only thing that I can think of, I've known other people in the past that they've had like kidney issues, and like the kidney issues, like obviously, like that's what gives them like crazily hot feet.
Yeah, I get it. Fucking mate. So during the summer, yeah, this is gonna sound fucked up. I've literally considered buying myself a foot spa just so I can fill it with cold water and ice, because my feet, yeah, like I have to put them in front of the fan. Like it makes me feel bare uncomfortable and shit. Like, and even sometimes when it's not even hot, my feet are just scorching hot, man.
It could be what's your water intake? Because like, so again,
It's not.
it's like, so a crazy thing is like you've got to get rid of carbonated drinks.
That will be difficult. That and coffee, that's what I live off of.
Yeah, I mean, well, coffee's not too bad. They do try and paint a bad picture of like.
It's the caffeine in it, that's what they
Yeah.
fucking win.
But it's like I've noticed. Right, so for the last year, I've been on decaf, like, and I've not noticed any difference at all. There's been no difference in, like, you know, one, it didn't keep me awake, like, and I weren't charging around like an headless lunatic. But yeah, three, there weren't no difference. You know, back in my teens, I used to get the caffeine jitters. You ever had the caffeine jitters?
Yeah.
When you're not used to it, like, you know, you get I used to get the shakes and the wobbles and things like that. And think, what's going on? Like, you know, it's like, and it was like.
See, I'm quite lucky though, because the ADHD counteracts the caffeine. It calms me down, slows me down. It's like taking speed, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the thing. See, now, a performance enhancing thing will usually for ADHD. I mean, your ADHD now
Mate,
should
you
be.
need to see it when I take cocaine. I got really quiet, yeah, and I don't know what to do with myself, innit? I just have this massive, I don't know, man, like my brain just shuts down, like fully goes.
But it's like, yeah. So I mean, progressively, it should start to slow down with age.
I hope so.
I mean, it's like they make this big thing about it, going, "Oh, it's ADHD." It's like blah blah blah. But it's nothing out of the ordinary.
Nah.
Like, it's nothing to
Roundabout.
thing. For some reason or other, we've just made we've made a thing about it. But as a school person, like when you was at school, they should have maximised that. You know, not frown upon it and whatever. They should maximise your ADHD, like, you know, put you on like fucking mountain climbing frames and whatever, and give you.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, though, isn't it? So they like the scientists, as it were, say ADHD is derived from like literally tribal times, hunter and gathering times. The people with ADHD were the ones that were always, like, you know, they were the lookouts. They were the ones that were out in front. Like, they were the ones that were constantly switched on. They were the ones at night that were awake.
Just have a high attention.
Yeah.
You know, you're like kind of on alert 24/7, like ready to go.
Yeah.
You know, and that's not a bad thing. We just need to, like, these kids that have it, they need to be put in the right environments.
And they also need to be given things they like to learn about in it. Like, this is the thing, like, I always notice with myself, if you sat me down and you was trying to teach me about something I didn't give a fuck about, right?
Yeah.
Not a chance.
You're
Literally
not
a yeah.
End of
not
story.
a fucking
Like,
chance.
you're not going to learn. That's what I was like through school. Funny enough, like, so like the health thing that I went to, go and see my like lunatic doctor yesterday, and it was like, I'll repeat myself time after time. I said, well, I remember being in primary school, and I remember being taken out of like lessons and being like given these special lessons, because I've got this thing, like some other people have this, but again, there's no research being done into it. Right, so I watch a film, you know, so I'll be watching like a nice Arnold Schwarzenegger film, but I won't have a Danny LaRue what the fucking story's about. Not a clue. It's just got lots of flashing lights and explosions in it, boom.
Yeah.
And lots of shooting. What's the story about? No idea. Like, I'll like read a book, right? So I'll read the book absolutely perfectly, but it's like, it literally, to me, it is just words on a page. There is no story there. It's just words. I don't see it.
Yeah, I've got that with books. If I read a paragraph, you can guarantee your ass I've got to read it another 7 times before any of it even goes in.
Yeah, so, you know, like Pulp Fiction, like everyone was like watching it and going, oh, it's the greatest film ever. And I remember when it came out and I watched it, I had to watch it about 26 times before I even remotely started to get what it was about. Like, you know, I didn't know that it was like 4 different stories going off that are all related to one another. I didn't have a clue.
Yeah.
It was just like, oh, well, what is this like mixed up piece of shit, like, first of all. And then it was like, so before my mother-in-law was like a kind of like health worker person, and she used to deal in like this kind of like stuff all the time. And she went, oh right, she said, I've got an idea what you've kind of got. And it was like, well, she said, so just you watch it, and she gave me Pink Floyd. And she said, just keep listening to it until you get it. And it was like, well, for me, it's like, I don't hear vocals like in music. I don't hear the vocal, like the words are absolutely meaningless to me. So it's like, I hear the music, but I don't hear the vocal. And eventually, it was like, all of a sudden, so I listened to the album and I listened to it for about the 400th time, and it was like, boom, right, got it. Like the story just went, hi. So, you know, like them cryptic pictures that you used to see like years ago where you'd have to stare at them to like see the picture.
Yeah.
Right, I used to see them easy. Other people going, how can you see that? I go, like, it's there, it's right in front of me, I can see it. Like, I don't even have to go cross-eyed or boss-eyed or nothing. There it is. It's not, you know, so people go, you're not wired differently either. It's like you're just like a different skill set that you've got. And, you know, people say you got, you know, like Asperger's and things. Again, it's a completely different skill set again. Somebody with Asperger's will have their selective subject that they will have. They will know
it's
the
like
ins and
autism.
the ins and outs of it. It's
Yeah.
so I know someone that's got Asperger's. If I said to them, "Can you read me the rule book of Dungeons and Dragons?" They've got the whole entire rule book of Dungeons and Dragons and whatnot for whatever year you would say. Which yearbook do you want? They've got the whole thing mapped out entirely in their head. They just reel it off to you. But if you turn around and said to them, what happened in the news yesterday, they've got a clue. No idea, not interested in it. But that one thing, if their Dungeons and Dragons rulebook is their thing, that was it, It's incredible. And we don't utilise it. We just tend to go, these people are weird, they're strange, they're weirdos. And it was I had it all. It's he's a weirdo. Yeah, no, I'm not a weirdo. It's you wouldn't understand, you could just go throughout your entire life, and you're not going to understand. But it's what I can do with an engine, you ain't never going to be able to understand, are you? And yeah, okay, yeah. But it's just mad. But so anyway, for yourself. So depending how far down the road you are. So yeah, right. So you should obviously get a proper function test and whatnot. But only you can go and do that. And as they'll tell you there and then, basically, we're going to have to replace his your internals. Or they're just going to go, fuck you, you brought it all on yourself, we're just going to let you suffer right up to the last minute. And it's the thing, so if you ended up in the thing where they turn around and say, well, the only thing is is a transplant, then you just go, yeah, do you know what, fuck it, I'll have it. So it's for me, I just went and go in there and said, well, for me, for my personal thing, I've got, I'm getting old. And unfortunately, as you get old, things start getting worse. But obviously, again, for me, when I was younger, I was extremely active. Extremely active. I used to, I would go to work, then I'd work on the fair, then I'd be up all night, then I'd go to work, and that would go day in, day out. You know how it is. It's just kind of your regular, your regular thing that you do. People say to you, so how'd you do that? It's that's what I do. It's just the way that it is, And you seem to pack so much into your life that you think about now, it'd scare the living daylights out of you. You thought you had to do that right now. But again, was it lifestyle? Have we, is it all of that is now I'm taking, paying the price for it now and taking the toll, and I see other 50 odd years old people that are similar to me, especially some people that kind of years ago I'll beat the living shit out of them, leave them little bloody messes on the floor, and so for sports at school, I literally reigned supreme for sports at school. But now, I sit there and think, Jesus Christ, I can barely walk to the shop. I certainly can't walk to the shop and back. But it's I could get there.
Yeah.
And I'm in absolute fucking agony. Then get back, I'll be even in more agony. But it doesn't. That pain then doesn't disappear. That will stay there then, for the next three or 4 days, and I'll get the similar symptoms and features then to extreme fatigue syndrome. My body will feel like I've got flu. I haven't got any. I'll literally, as I was saying to Ace, I will get out of bed, walk down the bottom of the garden, make a cup of tea and whatever, and then whang. I just will not be able to keep my eyes open. I go to sleep and it'll be 16 hours later will wake up again. You basically, literally do the same thing. I'll walk down, like I'll go into the kitchen, into the bathroom, sit down at me desk. My eyes would just come over so unbelievably like heavy. Now I used to get like heavy eyes through like back in the day being stoned, like so like that feeling of when you first get fucking stoned. And then you get used to it, like it's like it is what it is. Because when you haven't had a smoke for a few days, and you get that first like right, and you're in Chinese eye syndrome, you can feel
Hello.
yeah, you can feel them going all bloodshot and like really tired and really heavy.
Oh yeah, they start to sting a bit as well. You're like, what?
Yeah, and then you rub it and they go even more red.
Yeah. Oh mate.
Well, it's kind of like that, but obviously now not without the bloodshot. So I think that side of things. I said, could that be like? Is that the years of abuse from like the cannabis? Like today, the product that like green, as we all get it, or got it now. Like I mean, it's like again for this. Don't get me wrong. If the opportunity arose and somebody passed me a joint, like I haven't smoked now for near enough a year, like not a sausage, like not a fag, not a cigarette or whatever it is. I don't know whether I'll be able to resist a joint because I like the taste and the flavour.
Don't on me anytime soon. Like you have no idea how much I smoke now. It's fucking.
I know, but that's the thing. So that's the thing. It's like, what do I do? Do I sit there and go, "You can't be my friend no more"?
Well, no. I'd listen. Right, I'm not going to encourage you to smoke, right, but if you was like, give me some of that, I'm not going to be like, fuck off, like, you know what I mean, like, I think you're old enough to make your own decisions, man.
Yeah, a friend of mine, I mean, you remember Colin, didn't you?
I can't say I do.
Long-haired Colin?
Yeah.
Used to hang around with like Pete quite a lot.
Yeah.
Well, like he went through the same thing. He basically like he had to fucking have a triple bypass and whatnot because like his lifestyle was like pretty bad. Yeah, and like he gave up smoking it. He couldn't handle like the thing, so he was buying bags of it and he was making himself cakes, but he didn't realise that the cakes that he was making like were worse for him in terms of like the fat delivery that was going through his arteries. Then what if I can remember him saying to me, he says like, what are you supposed to do? He said, how do you win? And I said, you don't win. I said, it's not designed for you to win. It's what it's designed for is you're supposed to like enjoy yourself. Like, but you're supposed to know when you've reached the limit and whatnot. And I said, unfortunately, there are people like us, we don't know the limit. We keep pushing the boundaries. And it's like you have more, then a little bit more, and then, it's like the old Guns N' Roses song, you used to do a little got more and more, like, it's like, you don't stop until something goes wrong.
Yeah.
And I had it, like I had a couple of really bad ones round at my mum's, and one of them we just had fish and chips, like, and then then I had a couple of beers afterwards, and then literally tucked into like having a few smokes and things like that, then proceeded to have like one of the biggest like whiteys that I've ever had, but it was a real bad one. A really bad one, so much so that I was vomiting quite badly, and I nearly choked to death on the fucking chips that I'd just eaten.
Ooh, fucking hell, man. I've
Big old
had to
little
pull
phone.
over real quick.
I've been waffling away like mad. I didn't even realise that I'd a first time chatter pop into the stream. Why can't people just
That's
have
the one that got banned. Stunning. Hello? Hello? You there?
like trying to read it Gastanov? It's like perfect. I love that name. I got into trouble earlier on. There was somebody came into the stream and his name was like Lavo Gad. His name, like his full name. And I'm the world's worst, like, you know, being it's not the best thing in the world to try and be like a streamer when you've got no idea. You sit there, look at somebody's name, and it takes you 20 minutes to now I still don't know what that says. And then, so you try and abbreviate it, like to try and be nice and sociable. So I abbreviate his name to just abbreviate like to X. And of course, like for some reason or other, he associated himself with like X and Twitter and whatnot, and it was like, oh, he went nuts. I went, all right, don't worry, don't calm down, like just like, what do you be called? Just tell me what you like to be called.
And then let's start with something easy like Jim or James.
It's like, so did I get it right? Castanovi.
Nah. It's Casanova.
So it's like I think to myself all the time, especially when I sleep now. Like when I try and sleep, I get like, it's like my heart rhythm like has to readjust itself. It's really like it's quite frightening. I go into like get these like palpitation type things, and it's like my heartbeat goes too slow. And then readjusts itself like to a reasonable speed. And it's like the amount of times I think to myself, wow, you know, I didn't like that feeling at all. I get dark blackout things where I broke my neck. I get dark blackout things, but I went to see a doctor and a specialist. They sent me for a neck scan. They went, oh, you didn't break your neck? I said, yeah, well, like, how else do you explain like how I got the shot? I said, I know what I've done and I know how it felt like, you know. And I said, I know the amount of time that it took to respond. And the fact that shit has never been the same since. Like, and it was like, oh yeah. And it wasn't until 2 years ago or whatever it is, I went for another scan. And they scanned it from 3 different angles, and then they found it. They found where it was done. Ah. Oh, yeah, they went, yeah, no, but it's fine now, isn't it? Yeah. I said, well, I wouldn't call it fine, but it's like, your head's not going to fall off if that's what you're worried about.
Mine might. You never know.
But it comes down to that thing, so, I mean, what are you now, like, what are you, 32, 33?
32, man, yeah, imagine that. I made it.
Yeah, you wait till you get over 40, and everything escalates, like, by twice as much. And then you get into that crisis point of your life. Especially if life starts to take, like, a nice turn for you. You know, so say, for instance, you literally have discovered everything that you ever wanted out of life. And you think, right, my bread's buttered now, I've made it, I've done it. And all of a sudden your health starts fucking getting in the way. That was, it was
Yeah,
awful.
that's pretty much what's happened, isn't it? Like, he's
awful.
probably worried because obviously like, as I said to you in it, not a lot of people know about what happened to me when things went dark, man. Like, not even my mum. Like,
Does she
I
know now? No.
Not all of it. Not all of it. Like, I worry about telling my mum, innit? Because my mum worries about me.
Yeah, but don't worry, because she, like, I tell you what will happen. If you worry, if like you don't tell her, she will worry more and think that you've fallen off the rails or something than if you like tell her the truth. But especially, you can always twist it a little bit. You don't have to twist it. You can be blatantly truthful if you want to, but you can also say it's unrelated to your previous lifestyle.
I've just made like a couple of bad things in my life,
And it's like, how much are you going to change your lifestyle? How much do you want to? And it's like, you get to a point.
Well, I want to because I've actually got a really nice girlfriend that I want to see a decent future with. Do you know what I mean? Like,
It's a good reason.
before I met her, I didn't give a shit. Like, even so, the girls that I work with, innit?
So
Like,
what bad habits has she got?
she smokes. She occasionally has a drink.
So it's like, the thing is, right, the trick of it is you both got to do it together.
Yeah, no, we've already agreed, like, when it comes to the smoking, if I'm going to take that step, she's more than willing to do it with me.
Right, so I'll give you a recommendation, is get this CBD vape. You don't get the smell and you don't get like the thing or whatever, but you still get the old chilledness. I literally, I've been through everything to like stop smoking, and it was like, you know, I'd turn around and say like to, and I still say this now, but back in the day, in my heyday, like I'll challenge anybody to like a smoking duel. Absolutely anybody, because like you're sitting there going like, some people can drink other people under the table. It's like, you know, it's like,
It's nothing to be proud of, man.
no, but back then it was the thing, wasn't it? It's like, well, I could do an ounce a day, like absolutely piece of piss.
Who cares?
Yeah, and people go like, you know, now you sit there and go, fucking idiot.
Mate, whilst I was at my mum's, I came for an ounce. On my own. In 3 days.
Yeah,
Like, do you know what I mean? I'm not here like, oh yeah, that's sick, innit? No, it ain't. Like, not at all,
I
do you
used
know
to
what I
do it
mean?
like, so for me, at the time, it was like solid. And because I had like unlimited access to it, you know, that would be a story. I'll tell you that story when I meet you. Like, won't tell too much of that story over the airwaves, because it can still get implications for people.
Yeah.
But I was pretty well connected. So I had like basically like an infinity supply of it. Like, so lots of it. Like, I'll give you an idea. If I dig it out one, like at some point, where I used to live, I've got a fireplace, like a massive like fireplace in front of the fire, just for a laugh, that was built out of blocks. Just for the laughs of it, like because you could. But it was like, yeah. So I used to literally would get 90% through like a 9 bar in a week. Absolutely stupid amounts. The fact that, you know, at times I'd have to super glue the ends of my fingers to give myself some kind of like false finger on top to something to actually crumble with, because like the amount of burns on the end of my fingers that I've got, where it like burnt the skin off, like making it with like red raw, just super glue the ends of your fingers up. And people, you know, get some people would go, no way, like, oh, you ain't got through that. It's okay, we'll watch it. Here's the block. We'll start this one this morning, you know, like, you know how it goes. The second that you wake up in the fucking morning, you've already rolled 2, or your eyes have even open. And then voila. By the time we get to the evening, we're down to this tiny little pea-sized bit. And then it was like, I got to the point of, well, you don't need to put that much in, like, you know, because it was like, you suddenly realise that you can't get no more stone than stone.
Yeah, but imagine this, right? So you can believe me or not. I honestly feel like I don't even get high anymore.
Yeah, because you don't, because you've just normalised.
Yeah, literally, man. Like, I could sit and smoke a joint with you, yeah? And then, I don't know, what do you want to do? Do you want to do a couple laps? Like, fucking hell. Do you want to go for a little walk? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, it's fine, it's whatever. Like, I've fucking smoked a joint and gone into work and done like full shifts and that when I was in the kitchen. Fucking go out halfway through my shift, innit, on the split and fucking go and smoke a drawer and then come back.
Yeah, well, but despite what people think about it, you know, and you think that it, like, you get stoned and everyone gets chilled out, it's actually, because it chills you out and does that, like, it's got some quite incredible performance enhancing, like, shit that goes with it. It's like,
It relaxes you.
yeah, but it's banned, like, for athletes and things like that. It's banned because of the performance enhancing. Like, slows your heart rate down by a few beats, which means that you can push yourself a bit harder. Which kind of contradicts what you're trying to do. Like, 'cause whenever I think that you're sitting there in a chair, it's like the energy is the last thing that crosses your mind, isn't it? Like, but you think about it, like all times when you've been, like, you smoke a joint and whatnot, you can just keep going and going and going and going, like, you know. You do your fucking line of Charlie or your line of, like, H or whatever it is that you pop in your sandwiches these days. Like, you hit the wall, like, at the other end of it.
Mate, I'm very proud to sit here and stand on my fucking podium and say I've never, ever in my life gone near brown or white. Fuck that shit, man. Like, literally, fuck that. I'll do most everything else, give it a little shot. But fuck that, I'd never do crack and I'd never do heroin, like, no way.
Yeah,
Got such strong opinions against them already, why would I want to then put myself in that bracket? Like, fuck that, man.
Yeah. It's like, but then it's like, you know, we all do these weird things, and then you sit there, and then you, like, you know, so it's like all the pills and whatnot we used to do. We all did, like, you go to a rave and you'd have a couple of pills and, like, you know, off, sweating your nuts.
Mate,
Gone through 20,
we're talking about 20.
20
Yeah.
bottles of water, like, then you need, like, a couple more.
Like, the games that I was having in comparison to ones that you were probably getting, they were different, innit? Like, I could munch them like Smarties, man.
Oh, look,
I remember dropping 4 during one song, like.
In my day, like, we still just had bits of blotting paper.
That's what I mean, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, mate, just have a little dab of this, you'll be alright.
And
How
like,
much is on there? Who knows?
nobody knows, yeah. You've just got, it's just like a square of blotting paper.
Just hold on tight, you'll be alright.
You know, and like in some cases, like, you'd go and see the fella in the corner, like, and he'll have a bag of crisps, and like people give you like a drop on a crisp. You know, you've never seen nothing like it in your day, like a bag of crisps, roast chicken flavoured crisps, like, you know, whatever flavour they were giving at the time. But one Walker's roast chicken crisp serving up for, like, fucking Jesus, serving up 5,000 people. So it was absorbent, like, you know, so you put it on there and absorb it in, like, voila, boom, off you go, fucking. Good one, bad one, nobody knows. It's like whatever the fucking whatever happens, happens. Like, you know, but the good thing was is there was always people around, wasn't there, to look after you. If you had a bad one.
Yeah. Mate, I remember one of my first experiences when I went to Epidemic with just me and the lads, right? Fucking, this was the night I was off my nut, yeah, like fully just stopped in the middle of the rave and just gurned my nut off to the fucking lasers, like, meh. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, it's amazing. Anyway, there was this one dude, yeah, just like sat in the corner, like, do you know, this is a fucking like old school / drum and bass rave, yeah. Why are you like curled up in the corner? Are you alright, mate? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, almost everyone was like, oh god, is this guy alright? Are you alright, mate? And he was there just like, yeah. Just fucked out, he was nutting it, having like 10 minutes to himself.
I can remember when I was 15, 16, and for me it was like, so just regular concerts were the things that like the big bands at the time, you know, like Aerosmith and like GNR and Queen and whatnot. Like the amount of them that I missed because the thing at the time was getting drunk. Like like I'd be on
Don't
the
even
train,
remember it.
like, and you'd down a bottle of Jack Daniels on the train, like, you know, get off the train, fucking pass out on the platform, get taken to like the nearest fucking hospital, spend the rest of the day there, like getting pumped out, before like returning home completely missing the event. And you say to your mate, like, you go, oh, what was the gig like? They went, I don't know, I spent it in the hospital sitting beside you waiting for you to get better. Weren't there when I woke up, well, I had to get the last train home, like, you know. But again, you see, yeah, so that will get to your. So now for you, I would literally turn around and say, it's like, how much, you know, how many sacrifices are you prepared to do, like to try and extend the life that you've been given for as long as you possibly can?
Mate, the only thing that I do that I shouldn't be doing is my fucking smoke.
Yeah, so it's like, it's even the smoke. So when it's like, when you're going to swap smoke for a jog round the block. Yeah, when you're going to like get out in the bed in the morning and like reach for the stretchy bands and like do a workout in the morning.
Nah, you mad?
The Essential Mix World Tour continues tonight on Radio 1. We catch up with Paul Oakenfold tonight, coming from home at Space in Ibiza.
It's like, it's the most bizarre thing in the world. Yeah, you sit there and go, right, okay, you reach the point of where you go, right, okay, well, I'm a bit shit now, like, I can't walk nowhere. So then you go, right, I'm going to get a bike. And you start having a pedal to work in the morning. Like, so the first thing that you do is put it on like the really stupid gears where you can just pedal all day, like not get any benefit out of it. And then a couple of months down the line, you're pedaling in like proper low gear, and it's really hard, like with putting the effort in.
Mate, listen, yeah. So I used to have a bicycle, and anybody that got on my bicycle, they'd always be like, how the fuck do you pedal it when it's this stiff? And I'm like, well, I want to go places tonight. And they're like, what? And I'm like, well, the harder it is to pedal, the faster you go for, like, you know, less leg spinning. You know, you just got to pedal a bit harder.
Yeah, you
dig that little deeper.
Put it on like going uphill mode, like I can't remember what they call it on the mountain bikes. Like, put it in that gear where you just like, you know, you just riding along the straight. You just do like 450 revolutions, like, and you move the meter. You know, or put it in stiff mode where you do 1 revolution and do 300 yards. change it. It's like bizarre though, but it's like, dude, you're not going to get any younger, and you're not going to get any fitter. The things that you can do is you can probably, like, all you've got to do is just improve now, like improve your lifestyle. To try and do it, it's like, it took a couple of years ago when my doctor turned around and said about your cholesterol's high. He said, eat less red meat, whatnot. I said to him, I said, can I let you into a little secret? I said, I'll probably have like a piece of roast beef or a piece of steak. I said, once, maybe twice a year. He said, do you have burgers? I went, no. He said,
Yes,
what
I
about...
love me a burger.
I said, what about kebabs and things? I said, well, years ago, I said, I used to have kebabs like, you know, probably 2-3 times a week. I said, but not now. I said, you know, maybe twice, 3 times a year. He said, so he goes, well, what's your diet now? He said, write your diet down. And it's like, you look at like the amount of pasta and rice and... And it's like, well, what about biscuits and cheese and whatnot? I said, well, I like a bit of ham and I like a bit of cheese, but it's like, don't have a ham and cheese sandwich and whatnot like every day. I said, I might have like 1 or 2 a week.
It's too many, Rich.
He went, that's too, yeah, he goes, that's too many.
You're like, listen, motherfucker, you ain't taking my fucking cheese.
And yeah, I literally said to him, like, I said, look, you fucking wanker. I said, like, if you think that I'm giving up 1 cheese and ham sandwich a week just to satisfy you, I said, fuck it, I'd rather fucking pop my clogs, like, you know. I said, who wants to be old and frail and decrepit and shit and piss themselves anyway, like. So we all want to be dispersed, don't we, in some kind of prime condition, so when we get to the other side, at least we can like walk to the supplies. One of my worst ever fears about life in general is getting to the point of, you know, like you're 86 years old, you can't walk nowhere, you can't do nothing. Somebody has to come in to fucking dress you every day, somebody has to come in to change you every day.
Nah. Couldn't do that. That would be the point where it would really fuck me up. Being basically a vegetable, you know.
It's like, you know, I don't want to get to that point. But you know, it's the thing. Like, if I got to that point, you know, I'll take it. But yeah, so I guess the only thing that you can look forward to when you get to that age and in that consistency, like that thing, is some 25-year-old fucking random Watford like having to come in and wash your nuts 3 times a week. Sit there and say to them, innit, like, you'd have done that to me when I was younger, like, you'd have a bad back by now. It's like for being rich as well, like, you know, when I was doing well for myself and like earning reasonable money, didn't like it.
Right, my delivery is finally finished after like nearly a week.
Well, yeah, it's been a good 4 days. How was the old Duchess anyway, the old bionic woman? How was she?
There's a reason I'm back, you know. Everything was an argument, man. Like, I know that my mum's very set in her ways, innit, and she is, and she likes things to be done a certain way, but I haven't seen her in ages. I don't know these ways, bro, yeah? And you don't need to shout at me, innit, when I've done something wrong once, innit? I don't know your rules, bro. You ain't got them written up on the wall. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and that's what I literally said to her. I was like, you just need to stop, like, you need to chill out a bit, man. Fucking hell. You're like having a go at me over like all of this bullshit. I don't know how you live here, do you know what I mean? Fucking hell.
Like, fuck's sake, like.
Literally, man.
I used to say to when she was like in the music and whatnot, like I used to try and back your mum's corner, right, as much as I possibly could. Used to try to like and encourage her, like for her singing, like for as best as she could, because when she did develop it, like not that she was bad in the first place, but your mum is a good singer. You know, she's had a lot of really positive things going for her, but the one thing that she would be her downfall all the time is like she'd get a bee in her bonnet about somebody in the band, and she would not let it go. Just would not let it go, like, you know, and it was like bordering on obsession. And I said, you've got no need to be like that. You're a small little band, a little outfit, like, you know, you don't know, like Mr. Drummer Boy over there might have had a really bad night, like, you know, and been up all day and, you know, be stressed at work and whatever. So he's coming here to have a bit of fun.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like you're playing Glastonbury next weekend, is it, where everything's got to be mid.
Yeah, but that's what mum's like, innit? She's always been like a proper perfectionist, man. So you just need to calm down a bit, like.
And it's, you know, like for me now, like I would, if I spoke to her, I would suggest that she would, you know, get herself a little PC, a little laptop, high-powered laptop, a camera, a microphone, a digital fucking work audio interface thing, and have a sing-song to the people.
Yeah.
You know, you ain't got to worry about your band now. You just go online, get your backing track, play your backing track, and sing away. Be aware that you're going to get some people going to come in and love you, and some people going to come in and troll you. Like, but fucking hell, 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Enjoy it. Like, get on with it. Might earn a couple of quid as well. But it is, yeah, that was all always for me, like the one thing. And I used to say to her, why are you like, you don't need to be like that. And she'd reply something that goes, oh, it's like principle and... Oh, we'll change the principle then.
Oh.
And it's like, I would have thought, like, what I would have hoped is that I would have turned around and said that to you, like, how did the holiday go, like, and things like that, and you would have gone, yeah, no, much better, like, she's much better now.
She is alright, isn't it? She just has a head, like.
Has she got any weird Geordie accents yet?
Nah. But no, like, you know what I'm saying, innit? I'm not a little kid anymore, innit? You don't need to shout at me. I'm a fucking grown adult. Do you know what I mean, innit? If you want your window open when I go in the toilet, tell me that, and you'll never guess what. I'll open the window when I'm in the toilet.
You didn't leave a steamer in a carsy without opening the window, did you?
Nah. Like, but you know, this is what mum's like, innit? Like, she's proper like fucking. So I went in and had a bath. The bathroom got bare steamy in it. She's like, no, you need to open the window when it's like that. So you don't need to shout at me. You know, this is supposed to be a holiday. This is supposed to be relaxing and a good time for us two. And you're literally just like snapping and shit, yeah. And like when I ordered us food, innit, I couldn't eat it all. right? And she's like, oh, you're wasting food, you're wasting money. I'm like, Mum, what are you worrying about? I paid for this.
Yeah, chill out. Like, you know, it'll still be good tomorrow.
Literally, like, calm yourself down, innit? Like, it's not the end of the world, man. Like, fucking hell, I know you need quite a bit of reassurance, but Jesus Christ, we're okay, everything's cool, we're good, calm down.
See, that would have been the thing for me. This is what I turned around and, you know, I said it. When I got together with, like, my missus and whatever, and then she started having a go at me for, like, oh, now you don't ever come up, you don't speak, or whatever it is now. I said, then I'm just fucking changed. I've spent fucking 5 years of my life, like, trying to create an existence, like, with, you know, like, with you, my best friend, like, currently at the minute. And I said, to which, that now all of a sudden, I said, I've taken a different course of action now, I've gone a different route. And I said, but now it's like you know, it's different. I said, I can't just grab a guitar now and, like, turn up and just sit here and play and get stoned. I said, stuff's changed. Like,
Yeah, I had to explain that to her. Like, because obviously she was like, I just want you to be happy, and I was like, Mum, yeah. Over the last 6 months, my life has gone from fucking being on my own, yeah, to being in, like, a rather serious relationship, right, with a female that has 2, like, rather challenging kids that are surrounded by social services, and I'm here having to fight a legal battle, right, that I'm having to fight on my own because Lexi can't be seen to fight it, because otherwise she's then, like, putting me before her kids, which that ain't fucking right, do you know what I mean? But they're just, oh mate, they're being cunts to her, and I'm not going to give up on her, you know. Mum said to me, innit, like, before I left, she was like, why don't you just walk away from her? It's like, nah, man, like, what the fuck? Like, I understand you've been on your Todd for a while, and, like, you, like, even family, you're not close to family anymore. Sam's the only one that's close to you. Like, fucking, do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Like, I may have been a bit fucking horrible when I was younger, but I do actually want to, I don't know, not, well, yeah, I want to have my own family at some point, you know?
yeah, crack on with it, get on it. The world waits for no one, alright?
Well, there you go, do you know what I mean? Like,
Get on the case, whether it's an accident, whether it's intentional, just, like,
well, no, she's already got kids, innit? And I accept both of her kids, yeah,
No,
even the
but-
ones that she don't have. They're,
but even if
like,
it's the thing,
her
right,
boys are great.
my biggest regret, and it's not a regret, but I wanted, like, different things at different times, but my biggest regret is now, right, because it's like, you get to a point when you're, like, you start getting older, where you start reaching diminishing returns about having, like, kids. Like, you'll get to a point where it's like, it's not going to happen because, like, you don't make the fucking shit no more that makes kids, you know, or she might not make the shit anymore that makes, like, kids fertile.
Yeah.
You know, the time it goes, you know, you can't sit there and go like, oh, in a couple of years time, like, we'll wait until we've established a bit more and whatever. There's a certain point of it is you have to be beautiful and you have to be selfish.
Get ready to return back.
And that's the hardest point of when you start wrestling with your own mind there. And you say to yourself, well, I need to be selfish about this. So if you want to carry on your name and your legacy, you know, it doesn't even have to take your name, but if you want to carry on, like, your legacy, especially if you're lucky enough and you get a boy and not a girl, but ideally everyone wants one of each. You know,
Fuck that.
one boy, one girl, and one not so sure.
Man, what do you think this is? Fucking Narnia?
But yeah, So if you want it, like, obviously openly discuss the fact that you would like to have kids and things.
So, look, I'm not saying I want kids. I want a family in it.
Yeah, but a family is not family until it's your own. When it's your own, then it's like legitimately it's a family.
You know, like, I don't miss anyone in it. Like, and I don't.
Yeah,
Like,
but
I miss her.
the thing is, like now, if you know, so you're looking after somebody else's kids. Like you have got to tread on eggshells like your entire life, unless you are
Yeah, of
literally
course.
become God.
Exit. Right.
So which is down to you. It's what I've done here with like her two boys. Like I became God, like basically. And it's like you know, but it's like her two kids were like old, grown up, like you know, and like done and dusted. But I just provided for them everything that they'd never had in their life. Like give it a whole different can of things of how to like of what to do and give them like different to what they've had, and it was like luckily enough, like for me that worked. And it's like, you know, I didn't have to go too long, you know, before they were basically adults. One of them's moved out now, one of them's got difficulties and whatever anyway. But, you know, it was a situation I made work. You've got a situation for yours, which is, yours is not an easy situation.
Nope.
Like for where you are. One, the distance involved, like for you two, like there's a big decision there. You know, so that's either you going to be leaving your sanctuary of where you live.
I'll leave. I haven't, look, what have I got here? I've got my job, right, and I've got people at work, right? But, and this is something I've always said in it, like, I don't have family, I don't have kids, I don't have, this is going to sound mean, I don't have my mum, yeah, because I don't. And even when she was closer, like, we weren't in each other's pockets. I haven't been in any of my parents' pockets since I was a very small child. You know, I have no responsibilities except my job. So if it came to that, I would move there.
Massive independent advantage is that you are fiercely independent. You don't need these things. Same for me. That's exactly what happened with me with my parents. Like, but it made me like just completely and utterly battle ready to start with.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like, loads of people always say to me, innit, oh, do you think care fucked you up? And it's like, it depends how you look at it, right? With the whole attachment issues, yes. But also on the other hand, I know if I was given the opportunity and like, you know, if somebody said, oh, this is the perfect job for you, it's in America, do you want it? My brain isn't going to go, oh, but what about my mum? What about my dad? What about, you know, fucking Jeff that owns the shop? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Well, my brain would go, what about Lexi, you know, at this precise moment, but
Go straight on.
it wouldn't turn to, oh, what about other people, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, no, I could do that.
It's like, so...
And I do think that came from care, you know, because you learn that even though it's horrible, you are on your own.
Yeah, but I mean, so the truth of the matter is like you're kind of on your own anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is with life is like, all right, so it's all about the childhood, like first of all. So do your parents have a good childhood with you? Like the years that really, really, really count, like, you know, in terms of that. For me, no, they didn't. It never happened. right, my childhood was like,
Never
people
mind.
have had worse.
I'll find a new
I know there are people who've had worse, but like, it wasn't great. And it was like constant rejection and like it just being like ignored, especially when you see that your next door neighbours, like their kids were being like looked after and loved and whatnot. You know, the ice cream man would come round, the next door neighbours, they would get an ice cream.
You're listening to
You know, and the next door neighbours would buy me an ice cream.
at Space in Ibiza.
Yeah, but my parents would never buy an ice cream.
Are you almost done with your delivery? What's going on there?
I think I've probably spent too much time talking and gone the odd wrong route at times. I've still got 19 hours
Fuck
left.
me, you're not very good at this navigation, innit? Jesus. I thought you'd be alright at navigating.
Yeah, but right. So it's not quite as easy as what you think it is.
No.
Right, so you see your little sat nav thing
Yeah.
that you have, right? It's right in front of you, isn't it? In the bottom right hand corner or bottom left hand corner of your screen.
Yeah.
Like mine's not.
Why?
It's like literally, if you turn and look over your right hand shoulder,
On the dash.
90 degrees, like
Yeah.
it's there.
Terrible, Richard, mate. I'm on it. Oh, yeah.
And you know, the same as for my Twitch screen, like for the chat and whatnot that I'm looking at the minute. It's like, God, like, all these people that have missed this show today, like this has been an absolute classic show. It's been like a radio broadcast about mental health. This one's been like fantastic. I'm going to chop it all up and turn it into a podcast.
Don't do that. Ain't no answers here, mate.
Nobody's got any answers, mate. That's the deal. Nobody's got the answers. The only answer that you have is direction, and you control the direction you go. Only you.
Did you delete iRacing?
Yeah, no, it's like I've basically like so. I'll keep my financial details on it alive. Yeah, so just in case they turn around and say one day, oh, we're not going to do like the fucking, we're not paying, you know, we're going to scrap the £13 a month thing. Yeah, stick it up your
I was
arse,
just going to say, fucking, I'm probably going to jump on Watkins Glen for a little while because I need to actually try, because I know Jordan's going to be practicing.
It's yeah, like this for like, you know. But if this streaming lark goes boom, and I end up with like 200-300 viewers with like 50 subs and everything's all right, then thank you very much, Mr. Thing. I'll buy my iRacing subscription.
Do you get RS2?
RS2?
Yeah, the fucking Vietnam game.
Oh no, not yet.
No.
So what I did yesterday was I'm preparing myself for tomorrow. Right, so I've on this machine now. I've installed like Assetto Corsa now, like the original one.
Yeah.
Jordan tried
You
out.
get content manager game, yeah.
Right, so tomorrow we're going to get content manager. Right,
Oh yeah.
that'll keep you happy.
Finally. Wait, nah, seriously, yeah, once you get your pedals as well, have you got a shifter?
Oh, do you know what? Now, I forgot to turn around and have a look in the box. I know I did have a shifter.
Yeah, you honestly do, yeah. So, obviously, I know now, like, when it comes to racing, obviously use your paddles, obviously, for shifting. It's quicker. It is just simply quicker. Right, but mate, when we're on gunway, you need your H pattern and you need your clutch.
Yeah, see now, like it's quite an interesting thing, but in all the days, in all the scenarios that I've never been, like that I've been racing, I've never had to, like actually, well I have, like raced using the clutch, but
Yeah.
everything's all been like semi-automatic, like, you know, with the pedals, like.
Yeah. Basically, it's sequential, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is with the gearbox, like thing in it, nobody can give you that. You can't get that feeling of like, oh yeah, it's not gone in gear yet. Like, you know, when you drive for real, I know you've done a bit of like driving. You drive
Yeah,
for real
and
and
it
you're
just
going that
goes,
fucking
"Ugh."
thing into gear, like, and you can't, then boom,
Yeah.
then it thuds into gear. Like, that would be nice. Like if somebody actually made a gear shifter that fucking does that. You know, because you've got to double the clutch to get it into gear and it feels like it. It just feels like a fucking wet fillet of fish, like on a...
Yeah, so my biggest gripe about my setup is my shifter. Like, my wheel feels really good, my pedals feel, you know, but my shifter, mate, fucking thing.
It's like with your wheel as well, right? This is the thing. Right now, my Logitech feels really like, well, I remember it because I still remember it, like kind of feels good, but it's very clunky.
Yeah, so, right, I had a 920 before I had this one, the 923. So the 923, so the 920 was kind of the same as your one, just a little bit upgraded, better motors on it. But this one, the 923, they haven't just got better motors, it also has smaller motors in there for the smaller, that's what the True Force is, isn't it? It's got like smaller shit in there. And like, so when I start up a car with this one, my wheel vibrates in it because the car's starting up. Whereas on the 920, that didn't happen, it was just force feedback.
Oh yeah, that's sort of, yeah, that... Is she going to let me go? Thank you, Mr. Bus Driver, is going to let me go. That happens, it's like, but yeah. If I sent you this now and you drove on this, like, it's like, fucking hell, it's like driving a Bentley.
Oh yeah, no. I've just, do you know something? So I went to Selfridges when I went to 420 and they've got like a bunch of sims set up in Selfridges. And I could have gone on one in it. But I was thinking to myself, right, if I go on one of these DDs in here, on one of these like fucking 3-4 grand rigs here, what am I going to want to do when I get home?
Yeah. Now, my
Yeah,
first
mate.
experience on a DD, I didn't particularly like it. I thought it was a bit sharp.
Apparently they're just really smooth.
Yes, you know, I thought it was a bit sharp. Now, so the Logitech I thought was a bit clunky, like that clunkiness from my
Yeah.
Logitech. When that feeds back through the wheel, like just because of like the drive system that they use, it's like, you know, for years I got used to it, and that's how it was, you know. And then I got like this Fanatec, and it was okay. So it's a lot smoother. It really is. It's like smooth, like super smooth. But it doesn't feel as reactive and as,
Go straight on.
you know, sort of. The Logitech felt better for some reason, and I was faster with it. The whether it was because of
Ace has got that problem, and he's quicker on his old Logitech than he is on his new Moser.
yeah. But when I used to, like, people used to take the piss, like, they go, "No, you can't be. It's just your bad driving." Like, and I go, "Well, it's not. Well, I was faster on that one. Like, I was 2 seconds a lap faster on a Logitech, and then what I am on this." Like, and I was really disappointed. I mean, it was like £200 Logitech versus £3,000 Fanatec. Like, shit. Like, the Logitech was quicker. It's like, what was that all about? Which is what again, for me, I've been really reluctant to go to the next level.
Yeah.
So it's like, when my pedals broke, you know, I basically I gave up. You know, like as far as like competition and anything like that was it. I was done. Like no need for me to even really have a simulating game anymore. Like it just died. And then I got this wheel because it's got like the throttle and brake. You can have the throttle and brake on the wheel, or you can have like double clutch paddles or whatever, various different things that you can have with it. It gives you more than one selection.
Yeah.
And it was all right, but you know, you get to a point, so you go to do a big right-hand turn or a big left-hand turn, and it's like, so you have to let go of the throttle because we're not double jointed, like, you know, it's like, you get to the point of where like your throttle and brake, like your throttle is now in your left hand and your brake is in your right hand, like, because you're going, you know, and it weren't ideal. So you was losing time, and plus it's like it's still slower, and I still think towards centre, when it comes towards centre, it's still, for me, it's got that position of where it's kind of got a no man's land understeer that appears, whereas the Logitech didn't have that. And it was, you know, it's bizarre. It'd be like, it might be in my head, so it'd be, the only way for it to do is like you'd show up here one day, you'd have a go at this, and you'd go, what's with that when you're steering out, like, you know, you're steering out of the corner, you've gone through the apex, why is it still understeering, like, you know, and you think, when you know, you're basically steering right and it's still going like really left. You plug the Logitech in and that won't happen. Like, you're correct. It will be roughly how it should be. And it's like, so I was sitting there like thinking the other day, it's like, well, instead of spending 499 euros like on a new set of pedals, do I just buy a complete new Fanatec package? You know, not the best package in the world, but just buy a new one, little direct drive. You don't need any more than 5 billionths Newton meter power. You don't need any more of that. I'm an old fella now, I haven't got Arnold Schwarzenegger arms anymore. Like I thought, do I do that? Just get the new pedals with the Hall sensors on. Like, but then I've got to buy a new bracket to fix it to the table and whatever. I thought, well, do I just go that route, or do I buy the pedals? Or thought, well, do you know what? We'll do the 30 quid cable for the time being, and get a 30 quid cable to do the Logitech wheels on this, like, so they're independent. But the other thing is if I do the shifter, it's another 30 quid for a cable for the shifter.
Ooh. Well, it depends what you're doing. Like I said, if you do things like Gunner, you're going to want a shifter. Whereas if you're just doing things like GT3s and like formula cars and shit, then, you know, you'd be fine with your paddles.
Yeah. I was literally, I didn't set it up or nothing, no set up on the wheel or anything. I just like jumped in a few cars yesterday round the Nordschleife, and it felt weird. It felt weird. I like jumped in one car, it felt like it was uncontrollable. I jumped in a BMW, like, or whatever it is, road car BMW, like one that I've pretty much had a very similar model to it. And it was like, doesn't feel nothing like the model that I had. Like, didn't feel right. It's okay, like people turn around and go like, the original Assetto Corsa, like the physics are in it are better. Like I don't think so. Like R-Factor 2's got by far the best physics. By far the best. But then so many people have made shit mods for R-Factor 2, and that's what gave it a bad name. I'm getting it. 640 miles left on my journey. But I've not had the dreaded music kicking in so far. You are seriously late music. That hasn't happened yet. And I don't quite know how I've got to this stage anyway, because it was like, I remember about an hour ago now, when it was like I went to do like my stop, so I could do the save point to drive and get into Truckers MP.
Turn left. Turn left.
So it's like, have you found my Twitch channel yet?
Mate. Let's not even go there. Nah.
I was sitting there waiting for that little alert noise to kick off in my ear saying, follow. Here's somebody.
I'm not the guy. Sorry.
That'd be alright to unfollow your channel then.
No, I'll find you, and it's just when I go on Twitch, it's usually when I'm getting in bed, innit? So I don't think about shit like that.
Yeah. That's how it started for me, like. Wouldn't watch it at all. And then for some reason or other, I just like, I think it appeared on Facebook, somebody was doing this broadcast. And I can't even remember what game it was. It was like a Star Wars game, I think. And I thought, oh, that looks good. And it was like somebody was doing it and it was on Twitch. And I thought, alright, so the following day I remember like looking at Twitch and found it like this various thing. And then it was, so it'd be like, I could jump on my old phone or my tablet at the time, and I'd be nodding off like trying to go to sleep. And I'd be like looking at this like Twitch, and I'd be like in whatever it was, just chatting category. And there's some woman in a fucking bubble bath like riding a giant banana.
What's there?
And that was it. My Twitch history was born.
I don't, yeah, fucking hell. So there was one not too long ago. And she fucking literally had, so she was sitting on like a perspex chair in it, so like it was see-through. And she's wearing this like fucking super tiny little bikini. You could see her fucking rubber brown knot, like her, do you know what I mean? Her like balloon knot, just, you know, and it's like, mate, come on man, Jesus Christ, what is this?
I know some people that I've seen, you know, is that, like, they've got like ludicrously low morals, ain't they? Like,
Like, don't stop fucking. Whenever I've streamed, it's literally I'm just sitting there playing a game, you know.
but it's like you could be a good-looking fella in a good-looking condition, but you're not going to sit there, are you, streaming like a set of Corsa whilst you're dressed as a Chippendale?
No, you're gonna put that effort in. Jesus Christ. That's probably why no one watches me though, innit? Because I just. It's just all about real.
You know, I've literally got 2 left of the 8-pack that I've got. The rest of it is like turned into a party 6. But it's like I look at it and think to myself, like, nobody wants to watch it anyway. Like, you know, nobody wants to watch me anyway. So nobody's going to want to watch me even more when I'm like half naked. It's like, Jesus Christ. But then again, having said that, like, if I was 20 years old, like the size, whatever size they are now, and whatever in a little bikini, no doubt I'd be creaming it up. Pardon the pun. But I'll sit there and say to myself, would I though? If I was a 20-year-old young female, like, would I just like get them out just like that, just for the sake for a tenner? Like for me, I don't care. Like, you know, I'm sitting there, like I press play on this and I press the big red go live button, people come in. It's like there's a good conversation going on. There's a good conversation going on. It's a shit conversation. It's a shit conversation. Plenty of crashes. What do people tune in for? Like, at the end of the day.
Ooh. Pickups are at Daytona. There's one at 12:30.
I would love it. Like, honest to God, I'll sit here now, like, and I'll tell everyone, like, I'll tell everyone the same thing. If iRacing didn't have, well, it was 13 quid just for the privilege of coming in to have a look and see what's on the servers for the day, like, I'd be on there and race. It's like, you know, I can now, after this, I can turn on the Assetto Corsa and go and have a race. Like, I haven't got to pay, like, for the privilege to have a look to see whether there's a race I want to do. And it's like, so, you know, so we're sitting there with Jordan the other day, like, and he's talking about Automobilista 2. Like, I'm not too sure whether Automobilista 3 is on its way or not yet, but he's saying about that. And I said, but yeah, again, look, I said, look, the game's quite cheap. I said, but the DLC, I said, there's tons of it. And I said, well, the choice that you have to make is like, what DLC you're going to do. You can't be randomised and go, I want to do this, but next week I'm going to do that, because you've got to think of like the other people that you're going to be racing with and like playing with. Can they afford it? Like, that's the scenario. Can they afford to go 25 quid for another DLC? It's like for me as well. You know, it's like my my ACC. I've still not got all the DLCs for ACC, and that would be the thing. Like, get Jordan out on an ACC. He said he's got it on the Xbox, the same as like what you had. If I'd have known that, I would have got it for him and sent it to him, like when it was going cheap that time.
He'll get it. I love that.
But it's like the DLCs, so there's lots. So it's like, okay, which tracks are we gonna do then? Which cars? It's like I want to have a try at the GT4s. I don't think I've got the GT4s at the minute.
Oh mate, that's sick.
But it's like yeah, it'd be like, let's have a go. Yeah, the Nordschleifer is brilliant. I think it's a decent version of it. But the original Assetto Corsa, like the Nordschleifer, drives how my brain remembers it. Which it drives in Assetto Corsa, the original, it drives very similar to how it drives in Race Room. A very similar feel. You chuck the car into the corner in a similar way. So, I mean, for iRacing is if there's something that might crop up, you know, like August, September or something like that. There's an endurance event or something that goes on. You know, like the when's the Le Mans 24 hour? Just happened, didn't it?
No, I think so. Yeah, that happened before the M24. You see the M24 or the M fucking 7 hours.
You just see fucking, because I was watching some of it on fucking YouTube. And see what's happened.
No.
Question is, right? Would you have taken him out just for fucking?
I don't know. I was watching Jimmy.
Just for the sake of taking him out.
Probably.
I was thinking the other day for it, like, oh no, yeah, do you know what? I would. Just for the sake of it, it was like Max Verstappen coming up behind me, like, and whatever.
Reroute.
Like, I thought, oh, I'd, like, take him out, like. But it's like, how did Jimmy get on? He's funny as
Second.
anything, isn't he, Jimmy?
Yeah, they placed second in their class. They were first, then they pitted and people from P2 climbed back up to P1 and then the red flag dropped.
And it's like
So they were in for a good chance. They did really fucking well.
It's like Team Redline though. It's like, just think from the when I was in, it's like so much different now to what it was like then. It's like uber professional now. It's like so the other night in Assetto Corsa, I was having like a race of my life round Brands Hatch. Like I got into the flow. Felt absolutely wonderful. I honestly say, like it felt wonderful. I was doing like 123s I was doing. It felt marvellous. I couldn't catch the two guys in front of me. It was still like they were still like still 2 seconds a lap faster than me. And I was like thinking, well, I don't care. Like the way that this groove felt, like how it was feeling, felt really good. And then I had about 20 laps in. I had what I would call back in my sim days, like my customary moment where it goes to shit for 3 laps until you regain your composure. And the last time that happened to me was my last sim race on the Le Mans 24-hour R-Factor World Endurance Championship. I can't remember what it's called. They've literally just had their race. It's all really like uber professional and things like that. Like you get found out, you do cuts on the track, you get overcut, like you know, and it's like, oh, you get penalty drive through penalty for cutting the track. Then.
Sorry, I am listening. It's just been a long time since I've driven Watkins Glen.
So it's like you're saying about that, like Watkins. Now, in my head knows like a track. I've been there, done it, raced
It's
it.
a really good track.
And I get the that's the thing. Like in the US, there are a couple of good tracks, isn't there?
There are, yeah.
But they're also.
But the thing is they usually race their own cars there.
Yeah.
Because they race NASCARs here. Like, that's insane. Like, Watkins Glen is a really fast flowing track with some really seriously fast corners. You know, and the NASCAR, I mean, it gets round, but...
It's the wrong car for the track, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same when I see, like, things like that and you've got the Indy cars going around the track. No, like, guys. Build yourself some proper, like, little F2 cars or something like that with a big, fancy, like, American engines in or whatever. But your Indy cars, they're not suited. It's like, they're too big, they're too clumsy.
They're massive and made.
Get some proper cars. You need to have, like, now the design that I would say to them, you want some, like, 2004 like Formula 1 cars.
gonna put a screaming V8 in there, mate.
Yeah, you want sort of like,
Unfortunately, you're not allowed to have your V10 anymore, but yeah, just put your big American V8 in there.
yeah, well, put what, you know, like the end of the day, put whatever engine. If you want to put a V16 in there, put a V16 in it, like. But just make the cars the right size to fit the track. You find
Yeah,
it now.
NASCAR bits.
I've said to, you know, thing about Formula One. So a couple of years ago, I watched because there was a friend of mine racing in it, the Clio Club, and they was racing at Monaco.
Yeah.
Like, but they was overtaking and whatever, and it was like, because the cars were so small and they were so slow, they had the chance, and it was, you know, not just for that, but for other tracks as well. Like, bless them, the Formula One cars of today, they're too big and they're too fast.
They are massive, mate. I wouldn't say they're too fast, they're just too fucking big, man. Have you seen that top-down shot that they've done from like the different eras?
Yeah, I've seen,
It's like,
I've seen
yeah,
it
man.
up close
Jesus Christ.
at pit lane
It's
level.
insane. Yeah, it's literally insane. The cars are like 2 times the size.
Well, it's like, as I said, like, if you want to comprehend the size of a Formula One car now, like the size of like a Formula One car is the length of a Mercedes Sprinter. So when you see a Mercedes Sprinter go past you, like down the road next time round, that's how big a Formula One car is. Stupid.
Driving vans.
Honestly, like, it will shock you. It's like, the next time that you see a long wheelbase Mercedes Sprinter park outside, like, or a Royal Mail van turn up, or whatever it is, and you see it, you go, they're bigger than this, they're wider than it and all, because they're like 2 metres wide. Mercedes Sprinter's only like 1 metre 86 wide. Like, so you look at it and go, it's like, it's as long as this and a little bit wider. And it starts to blow your mind. You just think, there's no wonder, like, it's got a bit mundane, like. It's like watching heavyweight boxing, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's the best boxing going? It's like the little flyweights, isn't it? The little
Oh yeah,
guys.
for action, yeah.
You know, for me, Formula One, get rid of all these carbon brakes and everything like that. Give them back some good old-fashioned steel brakes, and like, so they've got a brake for like 300 metres to slow the car down. Everything, the margins are all too tight on everything, you know, so
Fuck's sake.
75 yards, like 120 miles an hour down to 0. Make the braking distances longer, so you've got the chance of, like, somebody can, like, steal the spot on the brakes. Bring back proper turbo, so you get proper turbo lag.
Oh mate, they wouldn't know what to do with turbo lag.
And, you know, like, the best thing for me now, do you know what's fucked up the Formula One for the last couple of seasons? The freeze on the engine regulation, meaning that no team can, like, sort their engines out. You're stuck with, like, the layout and the concept of your engine. You can't change it. But whereas back in the day,
Keep right and then exit right.
you could like, people researching the engine, like, you know, it's like, yeah, I agree with the cost cap to a point. But
Yeah,
then,
but that shouldn't be what Formula One's about. It's supposed to be the fucking pinnacle fucking motor race, right?
so that's where I was going to.
Let them have all the money.
If you can't afford to be in Formula One,
Don't be there.
don't be there.
Yeah, literally. It's supposed to be the top of the top, the cream of the crop.
But
You know,
then-
the creme de la creme.
But then you should have, like, the subcategory. So, you know, like, you could have, like, Formula One weekenders, or the Privateers Championship or something, to where you've got your Williams teams and and things like that that are in it. Because they were the glory days of Formula One, when all the privateers, when people like me and you, we could enter a car.
And Bron literally came out of nowhere. Won, and like, fuck you.
But, you know, so it's... How do you do it? Yeah, so okay, you've got Mercedes, you've got Red Bull, whatever. Okay, unleash their engines. Tell them that you can... You're not restricted to, like, 16,000 RPM now. You can, anything. Your new restriction is 30,000 RPM. You blow the engine up, innit? You know what to do then. Obviously, don't tune it so high. You know, then I also think as well they should have homogenised, whatever the word is, big word there, I can't say, like the body shell. Scrap all this aerodynamic stuff that's on the body shell. Right, the only thing that you can have aerodynamic parts on are the front wing and the rear wing.
Keep right, and then turn right.
The rest of it dictated to by the FIA. That's your body shape. Do you know, like the Indy cars?
Yeah.
Like the body shape is the body shape. You can't touch it. You can't thing it. GP2. You know, the body shape is the body shape. You can't do nothing. It's only the front wing, rear wings that you can play with. And when you think about it, you've got GP2. You know, the F2. Plenty of overtaking, isn't there? Plenty of everything.
Yeah, but they've, like, what they'll say about that is, oh yeah, but they literally have push to pass.
Yeah, so, you know, IndyCar, overtaking. You know, they're like clumsy old 3-legged 7-foot giants, like the Indy cars. But they have a bit of, like, there's a bit of overtaking in it. You don't sit there like, oh, I can't get past.
No.
Because some aerodynamicist team has decided that, oh, there's a loophole in the rules that means we can push the air out doing it this way, which means that we've got this huge great curtain of air, meaning that they can't get past. The old chatters and viewers and whatnot in my channel today has been a little bit slow. This is definitely, like, Truck Sim is definitely an evening game.
Oh shit, whoops.
But no motorsports games are really fantastic for streaming, are they?
I don't care about that.
No, I don't care either.
No, man, play what you want to play.
The thing for me with it, this is what I used to do before when I was like doing ships. It's not about actually streaming. The streaming is like a bonus thing that happens. If it builds a channel, it builds a channel. But if I've got a couple of friends and we can all sit in and have a chat, and we're sitting here like we've done today, we've just had one giant chat all the way through whilst you're playing the game, and if other people tag along and whatever, then all the better. You know, so we'll be on Assetto Corsa later on. What would be the holy grail for us, wouldn't it? Is that we're playing Assetto Corsa and we get Jimmy Broadbent in the channel.
Oh, John.
I could probably get Mitchy Hoyer. Mitchy, you come for a drive with us.
Mate, if Jimmy came into the chat, I'd be like, Jim, you need to join our Discord so I can send you a picture of the gloves I'm wearing. I'm wearing his retro gloves. Like one of the first set of gloves that he released. Like, he may be a bit of a nerd and that, yeah, but the dude's a fucking inspiration, do you know what I mean? Like, he literally raced the M24 this year, and what did he do? He came from driving a simulator in his shed.
Yeah. Which is kind of, it's where, like, you know, we all should be aiming to. Like, you know, but the thing is, it's because of his success now and where we are, the same with like all the big guys like it, you know, like, yeah, Jimmy Broadbent, like Nuno Pinto, the others, you know, fucking, we never get to race against them. You know, so you don't know how fast you are, do you? Like, you know, you could be quite quick. Like, you are fairly reasonable. But it's like, how fast are you actually?
So I've done the Nuremberg in the same car as him on the AC, and I was quicker by 5 seconds. But this was one of his older times, so, you know, he probably is quite a considerable bit quicker now, but still.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, it's like the thing. So when you do these races, like if you've got to be in the same race, but they do have, when you go into the car, like the weight limit of the car is agreed and things.
Yeah. So
the weight limit could have gone up or whatever it is. There's a ton that goes into it. So it'd be like for the Watkins Glen race that you're doing now. That car that you've got there, but like for the official race, might be completely and utterly an alien concept. Yeah, it's like the traction
I'm pretty
is going to be the same.
adaptable to the car. It's more the track that I'm, you know, it's been a while since I've driven it.
Like the ballast settings are the same, and like the tyres the same. You know, like the degradation is that, like, they're going to set it for normal degradation, like, you know, sort of light degradation. The track conditions, is it early morning, greasy, like, you know, mid-afternoon, high grip, like all sorts of.
Yeah, that's always random, isn't it?
Yeah, but for like the endurance championship thing that goes on, all of that's sort of decided, and it's sometimes it's like would be the difference as to why you sit there. Because I remember ages ago, like for the world's fastest gamer thing a few years ago, back 7 years ago now, whatever it is, first thing, McLaren Shadow project come out, first one. I'm driving around thinking, well, I'm like half a second quicker than what they are, and then go in to do like the project of it, the actual thing itself, find out that I'm 4 seconds a lap slower. I've got it on my YouTube page of where it's like the McLaren, the Ayrton Senna's McLaren, like on it. How can you possibly be there? Why is there, when you come out of a toll booth or something like that, there is always a fucking police car wanting to fucking nick you and do you for speeding? The game's a fraud. And it was like, I missed out on the qualifying thing for the next round by literally a couple of tenths. And I look back at the video and I see the video, and it's like I can quite clearly see like some of the areas where I lost the speed. And thinking, but at the time it was like, I was like going, I can't go no faster than this. So I'm still cracking on this journey, Simon. I'm 3 hours 25 minutes away now.
I'm only 10 laps deep on the Glen so far, so you're not doing too bad. I mean, I had to pit once because I did bin it when I was doing that foul lap because I'm an idiot. What can I say? It's been a while since I've played iRacing. Forgot what the cold tyres are fucking ice skates.
Yeah, but for me, they've over-egged it on the thing. Like you'd see, honest to God, like put it on your bucket list. Save yourself a few quid, go to Bedford Autodrome and do the single-seater day there. And then like you'll see, it's not like the cold tyres like don't work. The cold tyres do work. It's just when they come in, you just get so much more grip. Nice. Quiet. Had to take to the sports lane there. I just want to get this job done now. I am busted. Got a Mondeo ST220 in front of me, like just reminding me of my old car. Like I had two of them. I had a nice blue one and a nice silver one. The silver one was much faster. Right, we've dropped below 2 hours now. Now flying down the road now, just want to get it done. Yeah. Oh, looking forward to the end of this journey. Nice cup of coffee, a whoopsie, maybe a sandwich.
Go straight up.
It's like set myself a little challenge. Got to stream this game. Like try and do it for the time being until I actually get used to set everything out properly.
Go straight up.
Stream it every day for 6 months and see how many advances on one viewer a day that you get. I don't know whereabouts I am on the map. I can't even remember where this job's going to. So I'm in one of them places now. Like, is it really necessary to have this many bloody toll booths in the game?
Of course it is.
Every 20 miles, got to go for another ticket barrier. It's like, oh, come on. You're going to be like this, guys, isn't it? How long before we get Australian Truck Simulator come out, where it's going to take 5 months to drive from one side of the island to the other? Imagine that though, like Australian Truck Simulator, you're in one of them units that have got like 10 trailers behind, and you're going down a single track road, and then somebody's coming the other way.
What? So you're telling me that you like? Can you even play iRacing at the moment?
No.
Nah.
Well,
so,
if somebody paid for it, then yeah, I can play it.
bro, I'm literally pretty much broke. Yeah, or I would.
But it's like, yeah, that is these things for me, unfortunately, just because of just that one thing. That's iRacing. That's all you've got to do is stop the fucking subscription bullshit of being able to, like, oh, there you go, 13 quid just to come in and have a look. It's like the game is the game, innit? Purchase the content. Or the series, like, you know, so you end up with like the GT3s, you purchase a license or whatever it is to race that GT3 season. You know, if you want to do more than one competition, then that's it. You pay your little entry fees.
Now, see, most of the things that I want to do are the 3s, the 6s, the 12, the 8s, right? And most of them are in GT3 cars. It's just the tracks that I need to get.
Keep right, and then turn right.
Yeah, well, there you go. See, now that for me would be like, I'd rest my case again on there. It's like, when you buy the pack for the season that you're racing, you buy the pack.
Yeah, but there ain't a pack for endurance, is there?
I know, but they don't do it because they're, they can't see the bigger picture.
Go straight on.
So even if it's only for like 8 weeks, how long's the race season normally? Like 12 races? When you buy the, you buy the thing, so it costs you like 12 quid or whatever, 15 quid. But you unlock
Turn right.
the tracks and the cars for the season that
We are fit.
you've gone into. And then when when the season's over again, you haven't got them unless you're going to enter again. Buying that thing. I've got about 30 tracks on my iRacing that I'll never ever go to. Because, basically had to buy them as part of the progression. And I bought a load of cars, which are now legacy cars. And then scrap also that, it's going to cost you 2 quid or whatever it is to set up a multiplayer thing for you and your buddies.
It's 50p per an hour. It's 50p per hour. It's not £2.
Yeah, so if it's like 50p an hour, so when you're at work, it's like 2 hours a day, innit?
Yeah, but you can do a test drive. Like, if you're on your own, you can set it up against AI, or you can do a test drive when you're Todd. Like what I've just done with Watkins, I was just fucking doing laps on my own. And I was like, fuck it, I feel like racing, so I joined a race in the trucks at Daytona.
Right. So stop the stream for this one. I'm not even going to bother. What's the point? No point raiding out with one person, is it?